Que si yo
Okay, welcome everyone. We're going to call the meeting to order at 5:02 p.m. This is the regular meeting of the Santa Clara Unified Board of Trustees. We'll take roll call. Trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Muirhead. Here. Trustee Rotterman.
Here.
Trustee Ryan.
Here.
Trustee Watanabe.
Here.
I am here, and student trustee Suresh. Right. May I please have the introduction of our interpreter?
Good evening, board. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Verónica Adams. Catherine Hertel y yo seremos las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida por el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice interpretación en la parte inferior de su pantalla y seleccione el idioma español. En este menú también puede seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have the pledge led by Trustee Watanabe. Thank you, Trustee Watanabe. Okay. Now we will read the mission, vision, and land acknowledgement. The mission of Santa Clara Unified School District is to provide equitable, engaging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. Vision is that graduates of Santa Clara Unified School District are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society. Santa Clara Unified School District acknowledges that our schools are on the traditional lands of the Tamiyan Nation, the Aboriginal American Indian tribe of Santa Clara Valley. We pay respect and thanks to their people, both past and present. Before I ask for approval on the agenda, there's one item that we need to pull. We need to pull from consent item H2, the minutes from the August 28th regular board meeting. Staff found a few errors in them and we need to revise those. They'll come back next meeting. So with that, if there are no other changes, can I get a motion to approve the minutes or the agenda? Sorry.
Second, Rotterman.
Motion in a second. We're all here, so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And student, well, Jim's not, nobody's online. And student trustee Suresh? Yes, so that passes 6-0 with trustee Canova being absent and student trustee Suresh voting yes. Guidelines for policy for public comment. We have a board policy 1313 for civility. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. At this time, we will take public comment on closed session agenda items. Are there any comments? Is there anyone in the Zoom? Okay. Then the board will move to closed session. In closed session, the board will be considering the following: B1, public employee discipline dismissal release, government code sections 54957 and 54954.5E. B2, conference with labor negotiators, government code sections 54957.6 and 54954F, Agency representatives Damon Wright, Superintendent, Jose Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Chief Business Official. Employee organizations UTSC, CSEA, AFT, and unrepresented employees. B3, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Sections 54957.6 and 54954.5F. Agency representatives Bonnie Lieberman, Board President, and Damon Wright, Superintendent. Unrepresented employees, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, and Chief Academic Innovation Officer, and Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Chief Business Official. B4, Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54857. Agency Designated Representative, Board President Bonnie Lieberman, title Superintendent. The board expects to be in closed session about 90 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Resume open. Thank you. Now we'll have our report from closed session. In closed session, item B1, the board received information. Item B2, the board received information. Item B3, the board received information. And item B4, the board received information. We'll move now to our report from our superintendent, Dr. Wright.
Good evening. Since our last board meeting, I had the opportunity to visit several school sites. I had an opportunity to visit our community day school, where I got to view a student presentation where they shared their interests, what's working well, and what are some of the growth areas that they're hoping and how we can support them as a district. Got to know the students on a personal level, learn about their aspirations for the future. I just really want to thank Ms. Manning, the principal, who works very well integrating students into her program. When we were there was a student that was brand new and was having a difficult time, we'll just say. And I had an opportunity to talk to Ms. Manning today, and that student is already geared in and working well with the program. So she's definitely working wonders with our students, and I just want to congratulate her on her success and let the students know that I will be back over there and we'll barbecue and have a good time. Had an opportunity to visit Cabrillo Middle School, walk classrooms. Principal Jennifer Doherty, what a strong leader she is there. She's definitely recognizing the importance of aligning systems and really shifting the culture. I really appreciate her forward thinking, the vision that she has for her program, particularly in the area of STEAM. And today I had an impromptu visit over at our adult school at Wilson campus. I was really impressed by the comprehensive offerings that we have for our adult students. Some of my highlights, I met with our, they call it ESL, but our English language learners, but our ESL 1 through 3 students. And I had an opportunity to go in the classroom and just practice introducing myself and engaging with the students, and I really enjoyed doing that. Also, they have a program that supports individuals who've gone through a stroke, and they help rehabilitate through our speech and language therapy. They have some physical therapy, and they also have group sessions. And a gentleman walked out and he said, I got to tell you, I went through the program at Kaiser, but this program that you have here is life altering. I was a limo driver for 30 years and I've had a hard time just being myself, but being able to interact with people and mentor others. This program has done wonders. So I just want to just take a moment to thank our principal over there, Dr. Castro, who does an outstanding job. And thank you for walking me around when I showed up unexpected. Been spending a lot of time during my first 100 days on our listening and learning tour. We had 2 community sessions. We had one at Santa Clara High School and one at Wilcox High School. We had about 40 or 50 community members attend each session. We had great discussion, and we're going to continue that discussion at McDonald High School on the 16th from 6 to 8 p.m. So if you haven't had an opportunity to attend, I just really encourage you to come by and share your input. There's also a survey option if you're unable to make it or maybe not comfortable speaking in a public forum. But either way, we really want to hear your feedback. What's working well? What are some of our growth areas? And how can we work together to accomplish our vision? Been meeting with our principals at breakfast, developing relationships, learning about their various programs. Had an opportunity to meet with our student senate, which was awesome. Wow, they have some great ideas, and they're actually going to facilitate that same activity with a larger group of students. So we're going to have some student feedback to look at and consider as we move forward. Been engaging with school site staff. I have coffee with the superintendent starting tomorrow morning, and we're in the process of scheduling some additional coffee and virtual meetings. They're filling up pretty quickly, but we're going to identify some additional dates over the next week. And if you'd like to sit down and have a coffee chat or meet virtually, I'll be happy to sit in dialogue with you, and we'll identify some additional dates and publish those pretty quickly. Highlights for some community events. I had the opportunity to go to the Santos Family Car Show in El Viso. Not only did they have some great old school classic cars that I love looking at, but it's a great sense of community over in El Viso. And it was nice being out there supporting the event, who's supporting our students. I went to Mission College 50-year anniversary dinner, which was outstanding. They're great partners of ours, and we're looking forward to our continuing to work with them to provide opportunities for our students. Just real quickly, some events to come. I'm looking forward to the Santa Clara Art and Wine Festival this Saturday. We have the Santa Clara Parade of Champions on October 4th. And I'm looking forward to attending the State of the City for Sunnyvale on September 20th and the State of the City for Santa Clara on the 24th. Hispanic Heritage Month begins September 15th through October 15th. It's an opportunity to recognize the contributions and influence of Hispanic culture to the nation's achievement, culture, and history. And also today, it's 9/11, September 11th. Today marks the 24th anniversary of 9/11. 9/11 reminds me that the heart of this nation rests in its people. We had countless acts of heroism, the unity amongst the people representing different physical characteristics, faith beliefs. It reminds me that we never should forget the 3,000 plus lives lost, that we should honor and appreciate the servicemen and women fighting for our freedom and remembering those who are no longer with us. But it's also a time to reflect on our current events and the importance of building bridges of solidarity within our society. Too often the actions of few are generalized and they attributed to others who share similar backgrounds, physical characteristics, or beliefs. In moments of heightened emotion and grief, it is vital that we remain objective and allow individuals to demonstrate their character through their action. And I just want everyone to remember, in Santa Clara Unified School District, all means all. And that's all I have for today.
Thank you so much. Okay, right now we will move on to our Student Senate report. And we are happy to welcome Giovanna Bierman from McDonald High School.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell, and also to all of you. I'm so glad to be here. My name is Giovanna Bierman, and I'm a senior at Kathleen McDonald High School and our student senator for Kathleen McDonald. And I'm so excited to represent my high school. Before we start, I just wanted to go over what we'll be going over tonight. Specifically the events at Kathleen McDonald High School, the sports that we have, our school culture, our spirit, our link crew, our senior class, and then also a surprise at the end. I think that'll be pretty exciting. Yeah. And then also I just wanted to acknowledge our yearbook class because they gave us all of these photos pretty much, and they're so hardworking, and it's so cool to see all the hard work that they do. Okay, so some events that we've had so far is our back to school night, our sports fair, and our senior parent counseling night, which was actually last night. These three events were mostly for the parents, so kind of boring, but it's okay. It was just a little bit for information and like spreading the word. Especially because most students know what's the sports at our school and everything. And then also Club Rush, I believe, is upcoming, and I think it's this Friday. I'm pretty sure, and it's basically where all the clubs get to like meet in the quad. During lunch and kind of show the rest of the student body what we have to offer. It's really cool because there's friend or clubs like the medical club and Circle of Friends. If you don't know what Circle of Friends is, it's where students volunteer and like hang out with the special ed classes, and it's really cool because it builds community. Yeah. Some events that we've had in the past and that we will have again is the block party, which is kind of an annual end of the year celebration. Last year we had water balloons, which, wow, don't go if you don't want to get wet. Everyone was soaking. And then also cotton candy, pizza, all that. And definitely one event that we've had and will continue to have is Battle of the Condors. Finally, we have 4 classes to compete, which is it feels like forever. Yeah. Um, Especially being a senior because like now we get to win like fully. We get to be all 3 classes. Not to be biased, but we have won both years, so like I don't know. That's just my perspective. But yeah, definitely a really cool event. For the pictures, you could see the top one is our senior class. We were at blue, and then the lower picture is our last year's freshman class, which is usually yellow. So basically some culture on our campus. We always like to kind of celebrate all the holidays and special occasions of all demographics. You can see up there, I think in the middle on the right is a traditional Hindu celebration called Holi, and it's basically where you throw colored powder on each other. I didn't get the privilege of going, but I saw some of my best friends after the aftermath. They had it in their hair, in their eyes. It was crazy. Um, and then on the middle left is my friend Maddie, who's also in cross country. I'm blanking on the name, but it's a traditional Hispanic dance. And she got to show that last year, and it was so cool to watch. And then finally, a really cool part of our culture on campus is how we love to support our peers. One great example of this is how we had a protest last year, just trying to support all our Hispanic peers and everything like that. I got to go, and it was so powerful seeing how we all just showed up for each other. At the time, it was about 600 students, and 300 students attended, so a lot on the sidewalks. Okay, I know we have a Santa Clara student in this room, but I just would kind of wanted to point out that we had a very successful football game. Um, no hate at all, just kind of putting it out there. As well as we had one, I'm Mount Pleasant, I think it's called. Also a very big success. Yeah, I think the score speaks for itself, but like, yeah. Um, in addition to football, we have tennis, cross country, volleyball, and flag football. Flag football is our second year this year. Um, and then the rest of the sports, they're doing pretty good. It's working out pretty nice. So Spirit on campus, I would like to just say that our Spirit Days are very traditional and has a lot of excitement built around it. Some of the most popular ones is like a couple years ago, I think it was after 2023 summer, we had Barbie versus Ken. That was a really big success. We had Just Like Your Teachers. And then, of course, we had PJ Day. My principal and leadership teacher are kind of repping our Spirit Day today. Yeah. Miss Wang is wearing Swifty pajamas and she's repping all of our Swifty fans out here. And then of course Mr. Roy is rocking the plaid pajama pants. Like you can never go wrong. Um and then also in addition to Spirit Days, we have lots of staff participation. In the picture up there, I think you could see one of our math teachers, Mr. P, who got pied in the face with whipped cream. Yeah, that was pretty exciting. Next is our link crew. Basically, if you don't know what link crew is, it's basically where upperclassmen get paired in groups with incoming freshmen. And what we try to do is make sure that they feel supported in their, especially overall in their high school experience, but also in the beginning. As a freshman who didn't have that kind of thing, I think it's so cool that we get to kind of be the help that we didn't always have. And it was so cool to see all the excited uh, incoming freshmen and yeah. Also in the future, we do check-ins with them and just make sure that they feel as supported as they can be. So for our inaugural class, some specific events that we've had just for the senior class is senior sunrise, and then later on we'll have senior sunset. Hopefully, kind of a senior event day, I'll say. It's hopefully going to be to the beach. And then lastly, probably a senior assassins, which if you don't know is like a water gun fight, but we'll do it off campus. It'll all be good. We already made the website, so it's hopefully gonna happen. It'll be really cool. Oh, and then also just because I'm a senior and this is our last year, I just wanted to say that all the senior students are so excited and we're so thankful that we've gotten to kind of grow up with each other as freshmen to now seniors, especially because we started off as such a small school. And I don't think we would have changed anything. I think it was such a great experience and I'm so glad I got to do it with McDonald. Okay, so here's our surprise. I didn't know if I heard that you guys last year had a brain rot word of the day. If you don't know what brain rot is, I don't really know how to explain that. I think you guys should just look that up. Basically, it's Gen Z slang, you could call it. And the word of the day today is ate. So, for example, my hair ate today, or I ate that test up, or yeah, like it's basically where we did something really cool and we did really good at it. If you don't know what it is, it could definitely sound weird, like I ate my hair today. That's not what it means, but yeah. Um, oh, thank you. Um, that's all I have for today. Thank you so much. If anyone has any questions.
Any questions from our trustees?
Thank you so
All right,
much.
thank
Have a
you.
great night.
Excellent. All right. We'll now move to our reports from our union presidents, Ms. Wysocki.
So I gotta say, I've never really been at a board meeting where there was student smack talk over sports. So, and I just am gonna look that up. Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, student trustees, Suresh, Dr. Wright, and Ms. Burrell. Today is a heavy day with deep meaning. It's full of memories and events of 9/11 that changed our lives forever. I'd like to take a moment to speak to the lives lost, to honor the bravery of so many, and to reflect on what it means to come together in the face of tragedy. It's been 24 years now, which meant for many of us feels like a lifetime ago, and yet like yesterday at the same time. Whether you lived through it firsthand or learned about it later, the weight of that day stays with each of us in many different ways. That morning, I was getting ready to go into one of my first days of the long-term sub in a resource specialist class at a school that I barely knew, with an administrator I knew even less well. It was a day that will always be frozen in time, and it changed our lives. The emotions of that day flooded through me when I visited the 9/11 Memorial Museum in New York City about 10 years ago. We must always remember. I wish I could stand here tonight and confidently say that our world is in a better place, but to do so wouldn't feel honest or true to what many of our families and students are experiencing. I'm forever hopeful we will work harder together to build bridges, to celebrate and embrace our differences, and we will come out stronger on the other end. This afternoon, I was fortunate to participate in the first elementary literacy committee meeting. We had some veteran committee members and some new committee members, providing continuity grounded in our prior work, as well as the opportunity to grow the committee. I want to thank Dr. Wright for holding listening visits for our staff, our families and students, and our Santa Clara community. I attended the first listening session last Thursday on September 4th. One of the highlights for me was listening to the group of students who attended the meeting. They were brave and courageous, and I think the whole room appreciated their comments with regard to skateboarding. I also like to thank Viola Smith for showing me around the MEX campus this morning. The Yonder Bag rollout at MEX is also very successful, like our other secondary sites. I enjoyed learning more about that program and seeing fully engaged students in class. As I close this evening, we'd like to acknowledge the passing of Mark Raby, a longtime teacher in SCUSD. He was beloved by his colleagues and by his students. This shocking loss will be felt deeply and widely for quite some time. We offer our condolences to his family and to his school. And that concludes our UTSC report.
Thank you. Ms. Alpin.
Good evening, President Lieberman, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Wright, and Ms. Burrell. Tonight, I am here to demand equal pay for equal work for our special education paraeducators working in the elementary moderate severe classrooms, an issue the district has failed to resolve and has chosen to disregard. It is deeply disrespectful to these employees who work directly with some of our most vulnerable students, and that's inequity continues. This matter should have never been pushed on to the union to resolve. It should have been fixed within the special education department. Instead, the special education department began hiring paraeducators at a rate 7.5% higher than their colleagues doing the same work in the classrooms. This injustice has gone on for years. Early in my presidency, in February of 2025, when I discovered this, I immediately asked the special ed department and HR to correct what it had created, an unfair labor practice and a willful refusal to reorganize the department. Instead of taking accountability, they asked us in partnership to fix their error through the reclassification process, a process that was messy, unsupported, and ultimately ended in denial for our members. CSEA then submitted a demand to bargain and even drafted an MOU to reorganize the work and job descriptions. Again, the district, and now we find the board, has refused, telling us to take it to negotiations, where, as it is common practice, the district buries such issues in the total compensation package, essentially asking all of us employees to pay for the district's error. This was not our mistake to fix. It was the district's failure, and the districts alone must take responsibility and make it right. And instead of doing right by these hardworking paraeducators, you have forced them to come out here on their own time to publicly share their experiences of being treated less than. I want to be clear, we're not asking for a raise. This is simply the right pay for the job already being done. The fact that I am here airing all this out on this beautiful Thursday evening is shameful. The district and the board should be embarrassed. Equal pay for equal work, nothing less.
Thank you. We'll now move to public comment on unagendized items. Before we do that, I will read our civility policy. Board Policy 1313 is our civility policy. The policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. We'll call our speakers up 3 at a time. You can line up behind the podium. You turn the microphone on by pressing the button, and the light at the bottom of the microphone stand will turn green. That means it's on. The timer is right over here. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak. When the timer goes off, I have to ask you to stop so that everyone has an equal amount of time. If you don't get to finish, you can email your comment to the board so that we can see the rest of it. So let's see, Manuel Vieira, Ivania Rodas, and Edward Lin.
Good evening, board members. My name is Manuel Vieira, and I have a concern towards the project. New Valley High School, it's formerly known as Wilson Junior High that I went to. I'm very familiar with the school, with the gym, cafeteria, science area, and I'm really concerned about the students. The safety of the students over there, that's pre-existing back in the 60s. Regarding you have buildings over there that are pretty much unsafe regarding asbestos. Back in the 70s, prior to 70, the buildings being built have high dosage of asbestos. And I'm concerned about fixing that problem instead of just building a building next to another building. Lead-based paint, that's been in existence, and it was pretty much stopped in 1978. The big thing is regarding the development at Wilson School, the carbon step that you guys are planning to build over the green area and trees being removed that the neighborhoods and everyone else is enjoying and protects our environment. And that's what we thought, we strive for, to keep our environment safe. Obviously, on this project, it doesn't look that way to me at all. Again, I like I said, keep the kids safe, and keeping the kids safe and keeping the kids that are in there right now is to clean up the mess that's there right now and do something bigger. The footprint you got there is basically the school is well spread out. It could be the footprint of the school right now could be utilized and be more productive and without disturbing the green. Thank you.
Sure.
Hello. Good evening, trustees and Dr. Wright. My name is Ivania Rodas, and I serve as site supervisor at Agnew Early Learning Program and Agnew District Preschool, where we serve our youngest learners from birth to age 4. I have the privilege of leading a team of passionate, dedicated educators who bring the magic of early childhood education every day. Together, we are shaping the earliest experiences of children, laying the foundation for their success. And I come before you not only with respect for the work of this board, but with the courage to share my story and hope that it sparks action to strengthen fairness and accountability across our district. I began my career in Miami, Florida, earning my associates in arts in early childhood education at Miami-Dade College, and my Bachelor of Science in early childhood education at Florida International University. My journey then brought me to California, where I completed a Master's of Science in Nonprofit Leadership and Management at the University of San Diego. These credentials are the foundation of my service, yet they have not been fully recognized in my placement. Over the past year, I have faced repeated challenges with my salary step placement, permit recognition, and payroll accuracy. Despite my permit being valid at the beginning of this year, recognition has been delayed. Payroll errors have resulted in deductions, misclassified hours, and missed earnings. Every paycheck that is wrong is harm that cannot be undone. These issues have created financial strain for my family and eroded trust in the fairness of our system. I pursued the uniform complaint process in good faith, but the findings left me without remedy. I remain committed to serving our children and families, and I stand here today because I want justice. This is the next step, and I will not stop until fairness is achieved. Thank you for your time.
Button Max. Okay. I live on Liberty Street, which is a little narrow street on right by the Wilson High School. And my concern is the project that they're working on there. I'll just read this. There needs to be efficient use of land and resources as part of any alterations intended. This includes not destroying existing green spaces and trees. You should build and/or renovate using the existing footprint as much as possible. And I think it is possible. As an example, the Benton Street side has a half-circle bus stop drop-off zone that functions well, and there's a driveway from Benton to Homestead wide enough for school buses to traverse. Some changes to the Homestead side would be needed, but it probably wouldn't be too costly. Also, there is a way to connect all of the parking lots so that you could go through from Benton to Homestead and basically reduce some of the heavy traffic flow that you'd have to anticipate with the arrival of approximately 150 high school students when they build the school. A closed campus can be achieved to a great extent without needing to put a layer of concrete and blacktop over nearly 1/3 of what's left of the green playing fields over at Wilson. These fields are necessary for us to have a source for rejuvenation, recreation, and community. And taking the 1/3 and so of the fields away to build a parking lot next to that new high school changes our way of life and destroys a portion of it. We have a lot of people who come there to use these fields, and we would appreciate it if you're going to build a new high school there for these students, that you try to keep it within the footprint that you've already got built. There's got to be some way to do it, and there should be a way to do it, even if it means having to make some changes. But I would appreciate that very much as opposed to losing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, 3 speakers are Daniel Saya, Lori Suarez, and Denise Moreno.
Let me know when I can start. I did press it. Okay. Okay, got it. Thank you. Esteemed board member, superintendent, thank you for the opportunity to hearing me out. There are 3 things I'd like to address. First of all, about accountability. Looking at the project at New Valley, it seems like the quote that was given by the architecture firm that you've hired to do the job versus a quote from our own private estimates is about 3.5 times of cost per square foot. So this is something that, please make sure there's accountability there and the cost. Okay. And the second item has to do with the student performance. Obviously, it has to do with accountability as well. New Valley High School has about 157 students as of to date. The plan to build a new high school is about 250. I'm curious why the increase in that number. Because that seems to be the student or the student. Are you not expecting the student to perform? Are you expecting the number of students attending New Valley High to increase by almost 60%? So and also the existing New Valley High School students, their ELA is only 8.16% meet or exceed standards. And for math, 0%. So I think money and budget can better spent to improve those scores versus new facilities. Okay. And third, I have 22 seconds. The third point that I want to mention is about safety and crime. I think given that on December 9th, 2021, there were incidences, regrettable incidences, and I'm just wanting to see what plan there are to prevent those things from happening at the school sites. Thank you.
Great, I can't see the clock without my glasses, so. Good evening, members of the board. We come before you today not in opposition to progress, but in defense of thoughtful community conscious development. The construction of the new Valley School at the Wilson's campus is moving forward, but at a cost our community cannot afford to ignore. We were promised transparency and students first solution. Instead, we will see mounting disruptions and decisions that harm families and neighborhoods. Traffic congestion will worsen, safety risks will increase, and our already limited green space is disappearing. This relocation doesn't solve the problems it claims to. Renovating and investing in existing schools would have been smarter and more cost-effective and far less disruptive. Instead, we are facing long-term consequences. Loss of community resources, including adult education programs that share the gym, strained neighborhood infrastructures, and a project that may not truly serve students better in the long run. We must ask who benefits and at what cost. While the district believes students will gain true success depends on just on new buildings, but on stable communities and thoughtful planning. When programs are disrupted and infrastructures is stretched thin, we must question whether this plan serves the whole student body or just simply moves the problem elsewhere. This is not just about buildings and budgets. It's about the soul of our community. We are for education that uplifts without uprooting, and for solutions that honor both students and neighbors. Let this be a moment where we choose collaboration over conflict, foresight over haste, and integrity over convenience. Our voices matter, our trees matter, our community matters. Thank you for your time and for truly hearing us.
Hello, Dr. Wright and board members. My name is Denise Moreno, and I am a paraeducator in a moderate to severe kinder class at Hughes Elementary for almost 6 years. Building bridges. The tagline and focus of the district, as mentioned by Dr. Wright. To quote Dr. Wright, we are charged with building bridges with education partners, including students, staff, parents, guardians, and community partners. Also, quote, together we will build bridges to one another, to our students, to our community, and to a stronger future. As a mod severe elementary paraeducator, we are deserving of a bridge that connects us to our colleagues in middle school and high school. The foundation of this bridge was formed by elementary paraeducators who taught an immeasurable number of life skills, including, but not limited to, getting students to sit at a desk, lining up, washing hands, using the bathroom, proper hygiene, holding a pencil, using scissors, taking turns with peers, promoting social play, and the list goes on. Students in middle school and high school did not attain these skills without the immense efforts of elementary paraeducators. Many of the current board members have been in our classrooms and I can attest to these efforts. Dr. Wright, I take you at your word. All means all. I implore you to expedite the reclassification of elementary paraeducators to life skills paraeducators so we are all gathered and aligned on the same bridge as our colleagues in middle school and high school. This is the fair and equitable action to take. It is not an item to be negotiated. It is an action to immediately remedy a huge inequity. Equal work, equal pay. Thank you for valuing elementary mod to severe paraeducators. And thank you to all the paras, the teachers, and union staff that support us on this issue. I appreciate your support.
Our next three speakers are Angela Keyson, Nick Ann Dean, and Carl Thigpen.
Good morning, President Lieberman, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Wright. Today I'm here to give support for our paraeducators with equal pay, as well as secondary. I'm in here to speak as a parent whose homeschool was Brawley Elementary, Peterson, and Wilcox. I also work as a paraeducator at Brawley, but for Gen Ed 3 to 5. The action I have seen for our paras at Brawley, and we have many schools that are severe, moderate to severe. The things they do is probably the same as a secondary. They toilet train, they teach them how to behave in the classroom, just like secondary. They take them to field trips, just like secondary. Instead of doing buses on public transportation, they do school buses. These are the foundation from elementary school, and that's where they grow. Without these fundamentals, secondary would look very different. So I urge you guys to support these paraeducators for the same grade matching, level matching, if you could. Life skill, it's just semantics, right? It's just a name. But us elementary educators, they do the same thing. So let's do all means all, not just for students, but for our paraeducators who are such a strong backbone for our classroom. Without them, the teachers can attest, the parents can attest, their child won't grow as much in this district. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Nick Andino. I teach the second, third extensive needs classroom at Heyman Elementary. I'm blessed to work with kids that have the most intensive needs. They need us more than anyone. The work is extremely rewarding, but it can also be very challenging. I could not do what I do without my paras and my one-on-ones. Their hard work, patience, compassion, and expertise is unmatched. Having consistency in our classroom helps our kids. They thrive on routine and predictability. Over the years, we've been able to develop a shared language, and years of collaboration have allowed us to support our kids in an intentional way. Everything we do is for our students. There is high turnover in our classrooms, high turnover in teachers and paras. Why would our paras stay in the position when they can make more money in a different role in a different classroom? The incentive is for them to leave for the exact same role, but with a different title and more pay. Making sure our paras are reclassified to life skills paras would ensure that they are better compensated for their hard work. We'd be able to retain our staff, and the students would benefit from the consistency.
Okay. Hello, I'm Carl Thigpen. I am a SAI teacher at Brawley Elementary for grades 2 to 4. I think as a SAI teacher with kids in the moderate to severe classroom, I have the most firsthand experience to see how much work that the paraeducators at the elementary level put in. I can easily say, and I think I would speak for all elementary school teachers, that without them, we would not be able to do our job. I think our SPED department is one of the better ones in the county, district, whatever you want to call it. But I think that in large part is due to the support we have from our paraeducators. I think if we want to keep it that way, we have to have kind of as Nick echoed, right? Why would they stay at the elementary school level if the same job with similar type, asks is available at higher pay, right? Because people have already mentioned, right? Elementary school is kind of the building block of the rest of their educational career. right? So if they don't have the skills to be able to sit or to be able to walk in a line, or for some of our kids to even stay on campus, how are they going to do that? You know, it's great if they have paras when they get to an older age, but if they don't have those skills in elementary school, then won't make much of a difference. So yeah, I just want to be here to support the paras that I work with and that I see put in so much work and work so hard, and would like to see this issue rectified. So hopefully we can continue to have the successes that we have at the elementary school level. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are I'm so sorry, I'm going to apologize in advance. Ketsamon Bonisawaf, Suds Jane, and Robin James Utegard. I don't, Ketsamon? She's not here? Okay. Then Suds Jane.
Esteemed trustees and Superintendent Wright. My name is Suds Jane. For the last 11 years, I've been coaching the robotics team at Wilcox High School, and I've brought some of the students here. I have volunteered hundreds of hours and donated thousands of dollars to the team, my own personal funds. And for the past 2 weeks, as many of you know, they've been locked out of their lab. They can't access the 3D printers, the computers that we just got from Grumman, all the tools that they have, the robots, the field. And, we're very blessed to have a portable of our own with the equipment there. And, it's paid off. We went to the World Championships last year. So, many of our students have been extremely successful. They've gone to, Purdue, Ivy Leagues, to UCs. We have Alexander Cameron here, who's an alum, and he just spent the summer working at SpaceX. So, having been locked out, the challenge was released last week, and we have not been able to work on the robot. And so, because we can't get into the room. And as you know, part of it is due to the fact that the teacher sponsor, Karen Hardy, is retired. And the new teacher sponsor, they're telling us that she has to be in the classroom when the students are there, which I don't understand because for the past 11 years, I've been a volunteer D, and I've been able to work by myself with the students. So I don't quite understand how things have changed. Because Karen Hardy retired, and she also can't seem to get into the classroom. So we're falling behind all the other teams. Usually we have.
You can send us the rest of your comment and we'll be happy to read it. Dr. Wright, I've had a request from Trustee Canova that we get more information about this issue with the Wilcox Robotics team.
Good evening, Superintendent Wright, members of the Board of Trustees, students, staff, and Santa Clara community members. My name is Robin James Utegard. I am the Labor Relations Representative for California School Employees Association, the largest classified school employees union in the United States, and for Santa Clara, CSA Santa Clara 350 chapter. While it's nice to see everyone this evening, I'm disappointed that I must be here to bring a serious concern to your attention, as other CSA members have, regarding the inequity that members working in the job classification of special education paraeducator supporting mod to severe students in the district's elementary school are currently experiencing. Special education paraeducators supporting the students in the mod to severe elementary school of the district
deserve to be compensated equally for the work they are already performing, which is the same work that the district's life skills paraeducators perform. CSEA urges the Board of Trustees to direct Human Resources to negotiate with CSEA in good faith to make elementary special education paraeducators supporting moderate to severe students whole for the work they have already been performing and continue to perform since their meritorious reclassification request was denied during the most recent cycle of reclassification procedures. CSEA has already requested a meeting to negotiate a resolution to this concern, but we're told the district would not negotiate with CSEA and we would need to wait for contract negotiations. Unfortunately, waiting for contract negotiations delays a fair, timely resolution for CSEA members and seems unfair to the rest of the chapter of over 1,100 classified employees whose cost of living salary increase may be then impacted by the district's refusal to immediately address this unfair practice. CSEA knows the district can and must do better to meet the needs of the students and families of the district to recognize the essential work its classified heroes perform daily. CSEA sincerely hopes the Board of Trustees understands the urgent nature of this serious concern, so CSEA does not need to return to continue bringing
Thank
this
you.
concern to your attention.
I'm
Since our
sorry, I have
students,
to-
staff, and
I have to
community are
interrupt you.
continuing to
I'm
suffer,
sorry.
please direct the superintendent and HR
I need to
department
interrupt
to
you
negotiate
because
a fair
everyone gets
resolution
2 minutes.
to CSEA's concern as soon as
Thank you.
possible before the district and CSEA begin.
I'm going to have to
contract
adjourn the
negotiations
meeting if you
in
don't
October
stop speaking.
2025.
Thank you
Thank you for
very
your time.
much. Our next 3 speakers are Kosei Tsukamoto, Sanvi Kumar, and Alexander Cameron. And Chloe Tran, since you're also speaking on the same topic, why don't you just come up too?
Good evening. My name is Kosei Tsukamoto, and I'm a senior from Adrian C. Wilcox High School. As a member of Wilcox Robotics for the past 4 years, I would like to explain its importance within the school. First, Wilcox Robotics gives students the opportunity to enrich their education. While the courses at Wilcox are rigorous, robotics takes that knowledge further and allows us to apply it in real-world situations. It is one thing to solve equations in a classroom, but it is another to use those equations to make a robot move, balance, or lift an object. Robotics bridges the gap between theory and practice, turning classroom knowledge into problem-solving skills that we can use both in college and in our future careers. Wilcox Robotics also provides the chance to experience what a job in engineering might feel like. For me, as a member of the software team, robotics elevated what I learned in my computer science class. I learned how to program and debug complex systems such as computer vision, work with the same tools that professionals use, and collaborate with teammates to solve technical challenges under tight deadlines. Robotics provides the kinds of hand-on experience that no textbook can. Just as important, robotics fosters a diverse and inclusive environment where students from all kinds of backgrounds come together with a shared passion for learning. Knowledge is continuously passed around. Older members mentor newer ones, and in each season, we grow together as a team. Robotics is not only about building robots, but also about building leadership, teamwork, and communication skills. It teaches us how to adapt, iterate, and improve, which are lessons that extend far beyond robotics. Thank you for listening.
I don't think the mic is on. It is? Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sanvi Kumar, and I'm currently a senior at Adrian C. Wilcox High School. I've been extremely involved in the robotics club at our school since the beginning of my freshman year. Over the past 3 years, this program has taught me invaluable skills that could have not been taught in the classroom. Whether it's learning to think like an engineer, design and build complex robot systems through 3D modeling software, refining my public speaking, or working with the team and growing as a leader. One of the most meaningful aspects of our club is its direct impact on our community. Through our customized outreach initiative, Comic Kits, our program introduces younger students to basic coding and robotics through custom kits we designed, giving students an opportunity to explore STEM at a young age. Due to its success, we received multiple grants from Northrop Grumman to expand our efforts. We've also partnered with the school district to expand our reach, and we now serve nearly a dozen elementary schools and libraries. Robotics is a stepping stone for students like me and my teammates to pursue our passions in college and gain real-world experience. It is a tight-knit community that is a second home to many students. Most of us spend our after-school hours in this room, going over design plans, testing the robot, or simply enjoying the process of pursuing what we love. Our season is already underway, and we urgently need access to the robotics room to begin our work. Thank you for your time.
Oh, good evening, everyone. I'm Alexander Cameron, as mentioned earlier. I'm currently a junior at UC Riverside studying mechanical engineering, and I was a member of Wilcox Robotics for 4 years from my freshman year to my senior year. My first year, I was just a member of the JV team, barely knew anything about engineering, and by my 10th grade, I was the hardware lead for the varsity team, 11th grade, also the hardware lead, and my senior year, I was the president of the team and led the team to a top 5 finish in regionals, which was very impressive at the time. The next year, I was also a mentor, and the year after, also a mentor, where the team went to Worlds and did well the year after as well. Wilcox Robotics was very influential for me when I was in high school. It was a place for me to stay every day after school and work on engineering projects. At home, I was lucky enough to have a workshop full of tools that I could work on stuff, but I know a lot of students at Wilcox High School don't have that opportunity. They don't have a garage, and it was really valuable for me to be able to work with the tools and the experience that Wilcox Robotics had. Wilcox Robotics was essential in my resume when I was applying to jobs. It's still on there, actually, and during interviews, I often get asked about it. And it's a very valuable resource. Some of my friends in Wilcox Robotics went on to work at Google, Amazon, Apple, and it's really not that those students were exceptional in high school, but because Wilcox Robotics really elevated them. I think it's a very important program for Wilcox High School. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chloe Tran, a senior at Wilcox High School. I joined my sophomore year, and from the beginning, I saw how much more than it was more than just robots. It was a community. Our robotics room is a space that we have created to foster a healthy environment for collaboration and teaching. Students don't just work side by side. We work together to create a safe and engaging community that leaves us with fun memories and lessons for years to come. When I first joined, one senior kindly helped me learn the computer design software Fusion 360. This is an industry standard program, which is considered to be a necessary skill for many engineering and technology careers. It is a skill that I now teach and pass on to our new members. Every project combines problem solving with teamwork, preparing students for future roles in the industry. Our environment of learning and innovation has created projects such as student advocacy in the state senate, alongside 3D printed prosthetics for children. We urgently need the room open so that we can begin to work on this year's robot and continue to cultivate an environment of learning and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are America Soria, Maria Kinkin Gio Brock, and Dorothy Gio.
May I precede our daughter?
Oh, sure.
I'm here to say that all means all. Thank you for that very simple and very profound phrase. In this case, the all children should be taught in the best possible ways to learn to read. We have reading recovery, which takes the children who have the most struggle to help them to read. However, the great gains that children have in the first grade have disappeared by third and fourth grade. It's very difficult to do follow-ups with kids who've got home problems, who are in poverty, dysfunctional families, because these are also the kids who are struggling to read. And I know this personally because I worked for 5 years in the Bronx, where our clinic was trying to help the mothers to learn how to teach their children. But when their kid was sick, depended upon which way the bus came first, where they went to that ER or that ER. They were not organized. And so I'm saying that we need to be organized in teaching reading with a good system. But what's happened? There's a study of 30,000 kids that showed that the children in reading recovery did not do as well in 3rd and 4th grade as the kids in the control group who had no reading recovery. It's a complicated study. I'm going to send it to the board and to the staff who like data, but I'm just saying, be cautious about continuing with reading recovery.
It's green now. Okay, so I get it that 2 weeks ago, it was a consent item to have a memorandum of understanding with St. Mary's College. And now St. Mary's College is going to send teachers who are pre-service, not yet teachers, and interns to help out in classrooms in our district for the next couple of years. And they're coming from the Kalmanovitz School of Education, and they should be learning what the California Department of Education says they should be learning. But they're in a school that is proud to be the Reading Recovery Training Center for the area. And that's a program for and that's a program for teachers who have taught for 2 years and now want to learn more. And it's a program, Reading Recovery is one where to stay in it, you need to keep training each year. So if you are a believer, your belief becomes really strong. Well, Santa Clara has been partnered with St. Mary's and has sent teachers to St. Mary's to get extra training, teachers of 2 years full of energy to go off and learn. And some of those teachers are still here. And some of the people who are two of the people who are teacher trainers and are listed in documents from a few years ago at St. Mary's are in the district now. And it's really hard if you've put your heart into learning how to teach kids, it's hard to shift. And what we've got, that's all. Thanks.
Is America Soria not here? No. Okay. I just want to make sure she didn't miss her. Okay. The next speakers are Vedant Garg, Manesh Garg, and Benjamin Fairstein.
Good evening, trustees and members of the board. My name is Vedant Garg, and I'm a senior at Wilcox High School. For the past 4 years, I've been deeply involved with Wilcox Robotics. I want to briefly explain why we're here tonight. Last week, after an administrative misunderstanding involving our room access, the locks to the robotics room were changed, and our team lost access to our workspace, right as our season and all of our outreach began. Although the situation has since been clarified, our program is still shut down during one of the most critical times of the year, leaving us unable to prepare for upcoming competitions or continue community work, including the Art and Wine Festival, our countless outreach programs that help young kids learn engineering, the Santa Clara Parade of Champions, and much more. This is urgent. As the largest STEM club on campus, we are an invaluable educational opportunity. By applying our knowledge to solve real-world problems, we've produced some of the best engineers to come out of this school, some of whom have already spoken. It's also a point of pride for our district. We're a top 3% team globally. We qualified for the international level of competition, and our community outreach through Comic Kits, our own custom-built robotics kits to teach underserved communities about engineering, was even featured on NBC News, bringing SUSD further recognition. For alumni, this program has opened doors to colleges, scholarships, and careers. And for me personally, it is the reason that I want to major in mechanical engineering. Through hands-on experience with the robot, as well as giving presentations and teaching workshops, I've learned an incredible amount about hardware, software, and public speaking. I've also had the great opportunity to be part of our incredible, tight-knit community. We've been here for over 11 years, and tonight I'm asking for your support. Please help us regain consistent access to our room, ensure continuity by securing an advisor, and protect the learning environment that robotics has built here at Wilcox. Thank you for your time, and thank you for helping us keeping STEM opportunities alive for students in Santa Clara Unified School District.
Good evening, trustees and members of the board. My name is Manish Garg. My son Vedant, who just spoke, is a senior, and I don't need to introduce that. And first of all, I want to thank you all for giving us the time and opportunity to come and speak here and for supporting the program. And I just want to voice as a parent, I've seen these kids work really long hours, all kinds of hours, late in the night till early in the morning, and that shows the kind of passion these kids bring to the table. And as a parent, we can only hope that our children have so much motivation for something like that. And it's a proof that they are all here trying to fight for something which should rightfully be theirs. Hopefully, I would have hoped that the whole district and the school actually stands behind them and lift them. And here they are trying to fight for something that they shouldn't they shouldn't have to fight for so much. I don't think I can say much more than what the children have already spoken, and I really wish that we can resume the program once again and get it going, and whatever needs to be done can be done. This is really, I believe I've seen a lot of students go through the program because my kid's been in the program from very beginning, and these children have gone on to do great things, as was mentioned, right? So I hope that we can keep supporting our children and cultivating this and keep cultivating leaders to come of future. I myself work in the tech, and I'm very proud of the program. So thank you for the time, and that's all I wanted to say.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Firestein, and I'm an alumni of Wilcox High School and the Wilcox Robotics team. I am an incoming freshman at UC Santa Cruz as a robotics major. Wilcox Robotics is the reason that I was inspired to pursue this field of study. Robotics gave me friendships that lasted throughout high school and an everlasting love for engineering. This is why I was concerned that robotics was effectively shut down after the club advisor retired at the end of last year. The Wilcox Robotics Club was treated unfairly, applying the same rules used for small clubs that meet during lunchtime and not like a competitive team that meets daily after school. The Wilcox Robotics Club is different than all the clubs on campus. The club meets daily after school in our own room. No teacher is willing to volunteer 5 days a week to stay at school after their workday is over. This is why robotics needs to function through the use of SUSD volunteers, which is how the club has always worked. I also propose to open an official Wilcox coach position to the robotics team, as the club is extremely important to the STEM education of many at Adrian Wilcox High School. The robotics team is currently locked out of the room where all their tools, equipment, and other robot materials are held, and they're unable to start building their robot for this competitive season. I urge the board to act quickly to allow access to the Wilcox robotics room. If a position can be open for a coach for the robotics team, that would help a lot. But having a teacher volunteer their time to stay 5 days a week for 3 hours, that's not really going to happen, which is how the administration wants this to be done, because they don't have the full understanding of how robotics has worked in the past. Thank you.
My next speaker is Jane Fairstein. And then Angela Keyson, I can't let you speak again, but okay.
Good evening, respected trustee members and superintendent. So you just heard my son. So I just wanted to add about the Wilcox Robotics Club that it seems that the situation that the school cannot resolve with the robotics club, and I just we want to talk to you so you guys can help them to resolve the situation, because as you heard, it's very important program, and not having the teacher, it's comes to the idea that they need a coach, and these people they should be really passionate to keep the program sustainable for students. And we have those people, right? It's Miss Karen Hardy and Seth Jane. So somehow we need to put them back on this program, and they can continue. They're already doing this stuff, you know. The activities that were planned long ago, the Santa Clara Arts and Wine Festival, they're already putting their booth there tomorrow. So, you know, that's on the Wilcox name, Robotics Club, but the Robotics Club is officially closed. So it's kind of this funny situation. The same with the Parade of Champions, where they always participate, and they're ready to do it this year, and they're not officially open. So that's why we're saying that it's urgent matter, and that's why we came here in the really late hours. Thank you for staying and listening to us. And I just wanted to add that my son's success story, when he told you about that, he actually go into robotics engineering. That's the Wilcox success story, and that's a district success story that other students deserve, I think, to have it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Trustee Muirhead.
Thank you. Thank you for all of the students who came tonight to speak about robotics. I'd like to impress upon our superintendent that we don't have too many globally ranked programs in our district. This is one of them that's been very successful. We need to find a solution for this, and it sounds like ASAP, so they can get into that room and start working on their project.
Okay, that was the last slip I have for comment in the room. If there's no one else, I'm going to move on to Zoom comment. Okay. Mr. Rico.
Okay, for members of the public attending through the Zoom webinar who would like to speak, please use Zoom's raise hand tool. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands were raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen, similar to the one that we have in the boardroom, to help you moderate your comments. To ensure everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. When your name is called, you will be prompted by Zoom to unmute. Our first speaker is Andrew J.
Hi, thanks everybody. My name is Andrew Jewell, and I am a resident of Fairfield Avenue in Santa Clara near the Wilson campus. And I just wanted to take a moment to express our frustration at the lack of community outreach as part of that process. Most, if not all, of the neighborhood had no idea about the original vote to move the campus to this site. We've seen no evidence that anybody was actually reached out to. Once the move was approved, we were not involved in months of workshops that took place where other interested groups were involved and ultimately selected the location of the campus. That decision, as anybody that's been involved in any construction projects will know, is basically the most important part of the process, and we had no say in that. At the board meeting in March, the site selection was approved, but that was not made explicit during the presentation. One board member actually asked, "What are we voting on?" about halfway through the vote. And the Q&A session of that meeting was mainly used to praise the New Valley students, which we're all in favor of, but we also were there to voice our concerns, and that was not listened to. Most of the local community still has no idea this is happening. We've had a group meeting just in the last couple of days, and several people I just found out that the school was moving at all, much less that the location on the site at Wilson was completely frozen and there was nothing we could do to influence that decision. I'd asked the board for their help in helping us have a voice in this matter. We are not against the students. I personally have students that I would love to have this as a resource for if they ever need it, but we want to be involved in the process and not have it be a combative experience. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Sammy Hilali.
Hi, good evening, board members. I'm raising my concern about the cost of this project. We were told in the last meeting that the cost would be around $65 million, and that's 65 million of taxpayers' dollars. I'm aware of a nonprofit organization in Santa Clara building a campus that really got all the permits and done all the environmental studies and traffic and everything else. And they are building 10 classrooms for 200 students, an arena of basketball, volleyball, 2 fitness rooms, 2 lounges, a lecture hall, and conference rooms, and a science lab for middle and high school accredited school, private school that is. And the cost of that is 9.5 million. The size of this nonprofit organization site is about 34,000 square feet. I understand that the size of this school is planned to be about 65,000. Let's say double the cost, or 20 or even $25 million would be even a lot of money. So I'm reaching out to you so that you can reconsider the decision to move to this campus with another campus that could be less cost, or utilize the current buildings in the campus and not encroach upon the green fields that are utilized by the Santa Clara community around Wilson and from many areas for the weekends and after school activities throughout the week. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. President Lieberman, that was the final comment.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. I'm going to close public comment on unagendized items and move on to item G1, consent item 1, which is we pulled item G2. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, that's H. I'm sorry. Okay, so G1 and 2.
Move to approve Fairchild.
Second, Rudderman.
A motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, that passes 7-0. Consent item H1, special board meeting, August 25th. I pulled H2.
Could I do a?
Oh, this new format is very confusing.
Could I move to approve items H1 through 21 without item 2?
Thank you.
Second, Rudderman.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Student trustee Suresh. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. Mr. Rico, do I need to call her out separately? I want to make sure I'm doing her vote correctly.
Yes, legally, you need to call the students' vote separately and before the elected board.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm doing it right. Thank you. Okay.
It's before.
It's before.
Yes, we learned that while reviewing the policy.
Yeah. Okay. Action item I1, Deputy Superintendent, Chief Business Official Employment Agreement. I have a readout. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and/or fringe benefit recommendation for the following local agency executive. For the position of Deputy Superintendent, CBO, the term of the contract shall be from July 1, 2025 through July 30, 2029. The annual salary shall be $335,000. In the event the Deputy Superintendent CBO receives a satisfactory evaluation, the Deputy Superintendent CBO may receive an annual bonus of up to 4% of his then current salary. The Deputy Superintendent CBO salary shall increase by the lesser of 2% or the annual Bay Area CPI increase of his then current salary upon receiving a satisfactory annual evaluation. Upon recognition of his earned master's degree from an accredited university and his earned CBO certification from the California Association of School Business Officials, the Deputy Superintendent CBO shall receive the annual stipends equivalent to those received by other classified management employees of the district. The district shall provide reimbursement to the Deputy Superintendent CBO for all actual and necessary business-related expenses incurred in accordance with district policy and paid by the Deputy Superintendent CBO in the conduct of his duties on behalf of the district. Deputy Superintendent CBO shall receive the same holiday, vacation, and sick leave days that are received by other classified management employees of the district. Earned unused sick leave may be accumulated without limitation. Deputy Superintendent CBO shall be entitled to all health and welfare benefits granted to other classified management employees of the district and which are not otherwise provided for in this agreement. This includes medical insurance and coverage for his spouse and dependent children. The board encourages the Deputy Superintendent CBO to participate in professional organizations and activities. The district shall pay annual membership dues for the California Association of School Business Officials and up to 2 additional professional memberships as approved by the superintendent or designee. Such membership and affiliations in these organizations shall be considered support for the professional growth that will favorably impact his leadership in the district. The Deputy Superintendent CBO is expected to attend and participate in professional meetings at local and state levels. Prior approval of the superintendent shall be obtained when attending a function outside of the state. To the extent permitted by law, the district shall pay expenses related to attendance at all such meetings, including travel expenses, in accordance with district policy. Could I please get a
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
I have a motion and a second. Wait, is this human? Does she vote on this? No. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? And that passes 7-0. Next is item I2, amendment number 2 to the Chief Academic and Innovation Officer's Employment Agreement. I have a readout for that as well. The recommendation is to amend effective July 1, 2025, the Chief Academic and Innovation Officer's base salary to $316,240, which reflects a 2% increase pursuant to the original employment agreement.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
A motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? That passes 7-0. J1, local assignment option under Education Code to provide speech and language services.
Move to approve Fairchild.
Second, Rotterman.
A motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0. Action item K1, 2024-2025 unaudited actuals report and presentation. Mr. Shield.
Good evening. Annually, the school board is, we are required to finalize the unaudited actuals from the prior fiscal year for the period ending June 30th, 2025, or June 30th, in this case, June 30th, 2025, and bring it to the board for approval. It takes a little while to close out the sorry, is this better? Okay. See if I can, I'm the first time I've used this. It takes a little while for staff to close out the books from the end of the prior year and make sure all the bills get paid from the prior fiscal year. And I want to take a moment here just to say thank you to Shani Yam, our Director of Fiscal Services, and her team for an outstanding job in producing these unaudited actuals. In accordance with the law, these reports are required to be submitted to the board no later than September 15th. And in summary of our unaudited actuals for last year, our total revenues were $419 million, just a little over $419 million. The largest portion of those revenues coming from local property taxes of over $340 million. We have a comparison for you this evening as to show that property tax revenue increased $30 million over the prior year. And while that, and that was a total increase of 9.9%. While our projections were 5%, you can see that the secured, a significant portion of that was an unanticipated increase or a larger than normal increase in ongoing RDA revenue increases. And the secured roll taxes actually were short of our initial projection of 5%. And below also our countywide average or our 40-year trend increase as well. For our combined general fund expenses for last year, we were at $438.9 million. We'll call it $439 million if you round up. And the predominant portion of our expenses being, of course, the salaries and benefits for our staff. When you look at the change in fund balance last year, it was a decrease of $31.1 million, deficit spending last year of $31.1 million. $32.5 million of that was the unrestricted fund balance, and then there was an increase in the restricted general fund of $1.3 million. That's how you get to the net of negative $31.2 million. We are required to maintain a 3% general fund reserve, and that is included in our unaudited actual statement. In addition to that, the board has maintained a 7% basic aid reserve, and that is included in the assigned fund balance. In addition to that, we've also have, as a portion of our assigned fund balance, carryovers within site, department, and targeted carryovers of an additional $680,000. Those being primarily making up grants and allocations and or donations that have been received by our school sites not spent this year or in the prior year and anticipated to be spent during the 2025-2026 school year. In addition to that, as I stated earlier, we did have an increase in the restricted fund balance from the prior year. This slide makes up a summary of the total amount of funds that the district has received in prior years that are restricted for very specific purposes and anticipated to be spent in accordance with the grant or program requirements. The largest on here is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, $6.2 million. When we receive those funds from the state, we have a 2-year spending allowance to spend those programs from the date of receipt. That is actually going to be beneficial to us because we just recently became aware that this year's funding has encountered a very significant funding reduction. Last year, we received about $2,000 per student, and current estimate is that we're going to be receiving about $1,240 per student. And so we're going to be relying on that carryover in order to be able to fund this year's program as well. The Educator Effectiveness Grant is a grant that we received several years ago. The $1.2 million has a spending deadline of June 30th, 2026, and we have plans in place to ensure that those get spent in that time period. Restricted lottery is for instructional materials, $1.2 million. There is no spending deadline on that. We know that we have instructional materials in front of us that we are going to need to spend in the near future. Then we have a number of smaller grants after that, the Golden State Pathways Program, Special Education. Prop 28 is the new Arts and Music Program, $2.9 million. The dual enrollment opportunities, and then various other restricted state and local programs. Trustee Rotterman asked for this analysis about 3.5 or 4 years ago, and much like we have the Trustee Muirhead slides in some of our other presentations, these are our Trustee Rotterman slides, and it backs out all one-time revenues and expenses and shows what just the annual expenses would have been without those one-time revenues or expenses. So last year, if we backed out the one-time revenues of $15 million, you can see that the ongoing revenues for last year were $403.6 million. And on the next slide, same analysis, backing out the expenses of $4.6 million means adjusted unaudited actuals be $443.4 million. the difference of those being the $31 million going forward. Of the 31 million of deficit spending, sorry. I have some other updated information unrelated to the unaudited actuals, but I thought it was timely to provide this update to the board. In my presentation in May, I stated that there was some concern in regards to the growth in our secured assessed valuation. As the trustees know, that is the primary source of our annual revenue. Our 40-year trend is a 7.1% increase. And annually, we project about a 5% increase. And I stated in that presentation that there were signs of concern that the 5% may be ambitious. Through September 1, 2025, in our report that we received from the county assessor's office, we were at 2.34%. So we're about almost halfway to the 5%. I would say that we are cautiously optimistic because we are ahead of where we were in September 1st in the prior 2 years, but we are not where we were in September 1, 2022. So this also speaks to a little bit of the slowing market that we experienced in 23-24. So we're doing a little bit better than then, but we're not doing where we were in 2022. So we're going to continue to monitor this, and I'll have an update for the board at our December board meeting when I'll be presenting the first interim report. The last thing is for you is, as the board is aware, every time we do a budget presentation or a report like our annual budget or our first interim report and second interim report, that presentation is required to be submitted to the Santa Clara County Office of Education, which has fiscal oversight for all school districts in the county. In their review, they noted the projected deficit spending that was included in our budget for the next 3 years. And those dollar amounts are on the screen. As stated by myself and our former superintendent, we recognize that those dollar amounts are unsustainable going forward, and we were going to need to begin looking at our budget and right-sizing our operations. The County Office of Education, in their letter and in their review, stated that the transfers amount to spending down one-time reserves for ongoing expenditures, and that is not sustainable. So they are basically reinforcing what we're already saying, is that while you can live on your savings account and reserves for a short period of time, it is not something that you can do in perpetuity, and it's not sustainable. In addition to that, the county has further stated, and what I would coin this paragraph, that they're basically putting us on a watch list. And I'm not going to read the paragraph for you, but what they are saying is that they know what we are doing. They know that we're in the midst of looking at our operations and beginning a right-sizing approach. As our superintendent has also talked about in many of his presentations since being here. What the county is saying, though, is if they do not see significant improvement, a condition of approval on our 26-27 budget will be requiring us to develop a formal fiscal solvency or a fiscal stabilization plan. So again, they trust us to do what we know we need to do, and they're going to be watching us and making sure that we follow through. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Trustee Canova.
And I know we're going to have a special meeting to really go into this deeper. But my question to you would be, if you were at a local Starbucks or Pete's Coffee and one of our constituents recognized you and came up to you and said, you know, I've heard that the district has a $31 million deficit. What would your short answer be when they would want to know, how did we get here? What would your short answer be?
Yeah, first of all, it's not a short answer. It's never a short answer.
Well, it needs to be. This is Starbucks.
The team constantly tells me I talk too much. But I would say it's a confluence of situations. One, property tax is not growing and in a sluggish market. We are seeing some instances where commercial real estate is moving. NVIDIA, it was just announced NVIDIA bought just another property recently of over $80 million. They bought over $800 million since January. So we are seeing some movement on one, but it's also one particular company. So we're seeing a little bit of a sluggish turnover of market. We're also seeing a sluggish market within the residential side as well. And that's slightly depressed because of the mortgage rates and where they currently are. So we're seeing some of those that are causing the turnover of property to not happen as quickly, which is impeding the growth of the real estate market that we've typically seen in the past. We are seeing rising STRS and PERS costs that we have no control over whatsoever. That has happened over time, and so the employer contributions have increased by that significantly over the last decade. And we also have declining enrollment within the district. And so we have a significant, this year's enrollment is down compared to last year, and that's even with the increasing of TK. So there are a number of different factors that have contributed to us to where we are today. I think the important thing is to say that every dollar that we've been spending has been targeted for kids. And that has been our eye, and that has been our focus, is what can we do to go ahead and support students. So it's not that we've done anything wrong. There are other situations that are impacting us, just like they're impacting every other school district in the state. Some of them have just been dealing with it sooner than we have. I think the important thing here for us, though, is that we're looking at something before it becomes a really significant problem, and we're trying to address that now. Was that short enough?
Thank you, President Lieberman. Thank you, Mr. Shield, for the presentation. I know that we received the first letter from the county, I believe, in 2024. I was just, because I was going back to my records, because I think I got the first letter as a board president telling me you guys need to shape up. And I was surprised because we feel so fiscally okay that they were sending that letter. I have a couple questions. One, I know we're required to keep a 7% basic aid reserve, but I do feel that I would love, this is just a request for the future, for us to talk about the amount of reserve we want to have to keep ourselves from, if we ever do get to a point where like suddenly the state says, oh, we're going to bill all the basic aid districts so much money, that we don't go off the cliff, like that we're able to weather any type of storm that may come our way. So that's just a future request. I would love to look at what, for a budget of our size, is a good reserve to have. The other thing I want to ask about is this 40% reduction in what the state is providing for ELOP. So I assume that's a monthly, or is that yearly? So they're going from 2,000 to 1,200.
Yeah, that's for our new expanded learning opportunities program that we operate in the evening hours. So the way that program is funded is a school district is identified as either a tier 1 district or a tier 2 district. If you are a tier 1 district, then you receive a specific amount of funding that is identified with an ed code. And then all tier 2 districts across the state divide up on a per pupil basis or a per student basis the remaining funds that are not allocated towards the tier 1 districts. And so in the instance here is the state has put in a specific amount of money to operate the ELOP program statewide. The first thing that they do is fund all the tier 1 districts, and then the tier 2 districts get left of what the tier 1 districts are not allocated. That's how we get to the $1,240 per student. That's the current estimate. There is the possibility that that amount is going to be increased slightly to about $1,500, but still a very significant reduction compared to what we had last year.
Is that per month or per year?
That's per year.
Do we have an estimate of how much it's going to cost the district to run the ELOP program with that reduction?
We are currently analyzing that.
Okay, a 40% reduction for a mandated
Yes.
childcare program is very significant.
Yes.
Thank you.
Trustee Rotterman?
I'm going to pick up where Trustee Fairchild left off, because that 40% was a bit of a shock. I was not expecting that. And this is a mandated program, is that correct?
That's correct.
So under, I think it's Article 13 of the state constitution, if the state mandates a program, they need to make sure that it's funded, because it's a thing against unfunded mandates. If they reduce the funding for it, they need to have some type of relief for that. Either you file with the commission for unfunded mandate, I think that's what it's called, I'm not sure. Unfunded mandates, I think that's what it's called. Or you ask for legislative relief, or you ask for an amendment to the program requirements to the level of funding that's there. Are we anticipating doing any of those activities?
Not at this time. The mandated commission hasn't ruled on the ELOT program in this instance yet because this is the first time that there's been a significant reduction in the ELOT program. I will say when we got our program, and I'll say Dr. Knavel and I had conversations about how to structure the ELOT program. And one of the things that we talked about early on was how do we structure the program using prior year revenue and setting our budget in 1 year based upon the prior year funding allocation. So that way we had built in a little bit of an insulation in the event that something like this were to occur. And so that's where we find ourselves. We don't believe that we're going to be able to, we don't believe that for the 25-26 school year, we're going to need to make any changes whatsoever. What we're going to need to do is look at the 26-27 program and see if are we going to need to make some shifts within the program and the funding allocations that we currently have. I guess if I were to add anything to what you said in regards to what the state would say is that another opportunity that you have available to you is to look at your current program offerings and determine if there's abilities to make adjustments within the program to remain within the funding allocations that you have available to you. And so there, I think that's one of the things that we'll be looking at as well is, are we offering a program that is more than what we are required to offer under the minimum statewide standards? And so we'll be looking at that as well.
Okay, yeah, because I would like to take a look at that. They play some way too many games with us.
I will say if I can add to that, and I know he stopped your time, so I will say I will add to that the state rules on this are very much a round peg, square hole. So, meaning that the state has prescribed rules that all school districts in the state are required to meet, even if you have locally defined needs that are different than what the state rules are. And so that provides some complexities to this as well.
Well, I know the program that we have is excellent. We're doing a really good job with it. I hate to compromise the program, but that is, you talk about the round holes, the square pegs, this type of thing. If there's mandated things that we don't really want to do locally, but they're forcing us to do it, that might be an area for relief. And say, look, we take it to the commission and say, look, you're mandating this, you didn't give us the funding for it, so let us out of these restrictions that aren't doing us any good anyway, and that we're forced to do, and we'll go ahead and, I don't know. Anyway, that was upsetting to me. Thank you.
Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you, President Lieberman. So 2 questions. You mentioned the ongoing RDA. Where is that property located? I don't think I'm aware of any property selling off in Santa Clara, but I know you had mentioned San Jose in the past.
Yeah, so we are a member of 2 RDAs. We are a member of both the Santa Clara RDA and the San Jose Redevelopment Agency. There's a significant amount of funding, or there's a significant amount of area and property within the San Jose RDA. They have not begun selling off their parcels yet. And as you are aware, there's some steps they have to go through, like paying down the debt before they can do those things. And I'm told, based upon the last information I have, that they're quite a bit of ways away from being able to do that. In regards to the Santa Clara RDA, I'm told that there is 1 parcel remaining. And in my last conversation with the city manager about this, negotiations are ongoing, but I couldn't get a specific timeline.
And the last question has to do with, I know everybody's watching the Federal Reserve and whether or not there's going to be any cuts this month. I'm sure you're watching that as well, but if there are cuts, do you anticipate that will have an impact on our finances?
I wish I had that crystal ball. I don't know. I think it's still too early to tell in regards to the interest rate market and what that may have impact on the interest rate market. We'll just have to continue watching it. I will say, and I shared with this in our prior presentation, I believe, but in our meeting with Standard & Poor's and Moody's recently, we shared that the city of Santa Clara now the assessed, or the median assessed value of property, residential property in the city now is over $2 million. Where I provide this why I say this as a little bit of hope for us as it relates to our assessed value of our property taxes is the median assessed value of our current residential properties is about 850 to 900,000. So there is a big gap in there. And so as those parcels begin selling, that will be able to provide some relief for us in future years.
Trustee Muirhead?
Thank you for the update. I had a question about the current projections on property taxes. So you mentioned the 40-year trend and the current projection of 5%. You weren't quite sure if that was a good projection or not because we're at, and I'm going to get all these numbers wrong, but we're at like 2.3, which we have been for the last couple of years, but that's lower than 3 years ago. But you said we're on par with the last 2 years. Did the last 2 years reach that 5%? Or are we in a trend of several years here where it's been about where we are now and it made it to 5 or it didn't make it to 5?
2 years ago, we did not reach 5%. And I will bring some information to my next presentation to provide some more color to this. But I believe 2 years ago, we did not hit 5%. Last year, I think we were at like 4.95. So let's say that we hit the 5%. We're actually about, right now, we're about 0.34% ahead of schedule as to where we were this time last year. We are about 1 percentage point behind where we were in 2022. So why I'm still saying we're cautiously optimistic is, as you know, this doesn't get finalized until June of next year. And so we still have, several months that we're going to continue to monitor this. I'm not panicking yet. I'm continuing to monitor that. And over the next several months, we'll continue to monitor what we're seeing in the assessed valuation report. And then by the December board meeting, I'll be bringing a recommendation as to, do I still think 5% is doable? Or do we need to look for current year? Do we need to potentially look at possibly bringing down that assumption from 5% to 4.5% or something along those lines? But I need to see a little bit more information before we get to that point yet.
Okay, please let us know when you start panicking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, any other comments or questions from the board? Okay.
Motion to approve. Did we already do a motion?
No.
Move to approve the 2024-2025 unaudited actuals report and actuals report.
Second, Muirhead.
We have a motion and a second. Student trustee Suresh. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. Okay. Action item K2, resolution 2553 for the 2024-2025 recalculated GAN limit and establish the 2025-2026 GAN limit and appropriations subject to limitations.
Motion to approve, please.
Second, Fairchild.
We have a motion and a second. This is a roll call because it's a resolution. Student trustee Suresh. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. Action item K3, fee waiver request for the Santa Clara Parade of Champions.
Before we start this item, I'm going to recuse myself.
Me too.
Okay, bye. Trustees Muirhead and Rotterman serve on the board of this Santa Clara Parade of Champions, and so they are conflicted out of approving a fee waiver. That is why they have run away. Okay, is there any related presentation from staff on this, Mr. Shield?
No, this is just an annual item that we are required to do for, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I was still on the
Not
GAN.
the GAN
I
limit.
was still on the GAN limit, which you obviously didn't want to hear me talk about that. No, the recommendation from staff is to approve this as the board has done for the last 3 years.
Move to approve, Fairchild.
Second, Watanabe.
Okay, a motion and a second. Student trustee Suresh. Yeah. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed? All right, that passes 5-0 with student trustees Suresh voting yes and trustees Muirhead and Rotterman abstaining. Okay, information item L1, Series 2025 Measure BB General Obligation Bonds. Mr. Schill.
So the first thing that I'm required to say, because Lori Ranieri told me that I had to say it, which is I'm not allowed to say much tonight because she's going to be here at the next board meeting to give a more robust presentation. But what I will say is I am happy to be able to share some very good news for the benefit of our community, our students, and our staff. And that is that I believe it was last week, we had the opportunity to follow through on the previous board direction to sell issue Series 2025 of the general obligation bond measures that were authorized under Measure BB. And as you know, sorry, as you know, at that board presentation that we provided to you in January, we indicated that the market conditions were higher than we were 18 months ago, and that we were anticipating a all-in. We were anticipating that we were going to be able to issue this debt and this bond measure, and be able to stay within our promise to the community. And then in August, we provided another presentation to the board, and we provided a more of an estimate of the current market condition, as well as the estimate of our anticipated all-in TIC, which is your all-in transportation or transaction and interest costs associated with the debt over the period. And we anticipated a 3.3% interest rate throughout the period of this debt issue. And I'm happy to report that we far exceeded estimations and projections. Morgan Stanley was the winning bidder of this debt issue, and the interest all-in true interest cost for this throughout the period is 2.14%. In addition to that, we came to the board and we anticipated that the total maturity of this debt was going to be about 9 years, and being able to borrow $190-some million and pay it off in 9 years. That sounds pretty attractive. Because the interest rate came in so well, we were actually able to reduce it down to about 7.5 or 8 years. So not only have we issued this far earlier than we anticipated at a much lower interest rate, but we've also been able to provide a great benefit to our community and minimize borrowing costs and interest costs. Lori's going to provide some more information about this at our September board meeting. But I'm really pleased and proud of what we've been able to do as our debt management team and being able to move the final projects forward to fruition. So that's all I have for this evening.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes, we continue to exceed expectations with the fiscal management of our bonds. And we've been doing it for a long time, and the public has come to trust us because of that and many other things, but that's one of the factors. The fact that we've been able to get a AAA bond rating from both Moody's and the other one.
Standard & Poor's.
Standard & Poor's. Yeah, brain's not working at 100% today. I would like to see us do something through communications to do some outreach to let the community know the success rate we've had. Because when you start to look at the amount of money that that the community agreed to pay us to take care of these issues with the bonds, and the amount that we've actually spent, it's multi-millions of dollars that we've saved the community. And I think that that's something they should know about. I'm not anxious to do another bond measure, but if we ever have to do that, I'd like the public to already have seen what we did with where they trusted us with. So I don't know what it would take to make that happen, but we have a brilliant communications director. I'm sure we come up with something.
So I will share with you that Mr. Rico and I have already started talking about that. We actually started a couple of weeks ago. We're already working on something to hopefully get out after the next board meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Trustee
I just
Cano-
also would like
go
to
ahead.
add, we did send a summer mailing to the entire community to share, and quite a bit of it included updates on all of our bond projects and to highlight our scores with our ratings, including the savings to taxpayers. And we'll do that every year.
Savings and the maturity, that's cool.
Trustee Canova.
And it'll be nice to have that excellent message go out about the great management of the bonds, because certainly, on another note, our deficit news will be out there too. So it would be nice to have something out there as maybe a counterbalance to show that, we do things well, at least in the bond department, and we'll improve it in
Any other comments? Okay, thank you. Okay, item M1, special education parent engagement. This was an item that was requested by Trustee Fairchild, so I will let her introduce it to us.
Thank you so much, Trustee Lieberman, President Lieberman. There's a little bit of confusion about this item because of the way it was named and the fact that some of the background information was left off. So with your indulgence, I want to give us some background. In April 2025, the board received letters from many parents in our district about forming a special education committee. And because it wasn't put on the agenda, I would like to read just parts of the letter that we received from the parents. It said, there has been recent changes and upcoming changes that deeply impact special education advocacy, the ability for parents and families to participate in oversight and collaboration to create the best special education program for our students. Recently, the 5 local community advisory committees for special education that covered the northwest of Santa Clara County have all collapsed into one giant CAC. Although the SELPA staff are trying their very best to manage this huge group, this large CAC is not addressing local concerns, and a lot of local programs that help students and parents no longer have a home. Local CACs ran parent support groups, resource fairs, parent education events, and there was key opportunity for parents to speak about their concerns directly. Sorry, I have my breathing. With special education administrators. These have all been stopped or minimized. Many administrators do not show up to the huge CAC meetings. That is once every 2 months, and there is little opportunity for collaboration, communication, or problem solving. There is a continuing role for the current structure of Northwest CAC improving communication to parents, creating parent handbooks and other resources, and organizing broad parent education efforts, as indicated in the Education Code. But the broader county-wide CAC is unable to react and address local concerns and help local parents in each district. As parents, students, and community members, we ask that you help us and many others have a voice in special education. We want to have a place to go when there are problems before things get to the point of lawsuits. We want to help each district develop curricula for the new alternative diploma. We want to help solve disproportionality problems for students of colors. We want to make sure that every district is aware of how much inclusion help every students and have access to inclusion training. And that inclusion is also implemented for county programs housed within local LEA schools. These problems cause constant conflict and stress to parents, teachers, and administrators, and this results in lawsuits and delays that do not help educate students and are not cost-effective for districts. There has to be a better way. We ask that you and every district in Northwest Santa Clara County establish a committee for special education that reports directly to each school board. Such a special education committee would show students and parents of students in special education that you care about their voices and about creating the best program possible to make sure students get the help they need. This kind of board committee made up of administrators, teachers, parents, community members, and students would be able to have a local impact on special education and address problems that require open communication and collaboration between all groups involved in special education. So we received this petition from many parents in April. In May, I spoke to President Lieberman and Dr. Waddell about putting it on the agenda. And what was the response was, I mean, this is exactly what we need. We're going to add it. Let's try to add it to our board committees. So we followed up, and because in order to add something to our board committees, it needs to be on the agenda. And so that was the request for tonight, was to put this agenda item that was requested also. Let me backtrack. In April, Megan Fincher came to our board directly, spoke at that podium, and requested this agenda item from the board. So this is the agenda item I requested that is listed as the special education parent engagement. So I would like to make a motion to add the special education committee to our board committees, and then we can discuss if that in more detail.
Second.
Second that, Ryan.
We have a motion and a second. Does anybody have comments or questions about this item? Trustee Rotterman.
Just one. I know you said you work the details out later, so you do the board committee. You'll have representation on that from non-board members, right? Parents and
Oh, absolutely. That's what they're requesting. They're requesting parents, staff, community members, and a board.
just making sure it's clear, that's all. Thanks.
Yeah.
Trustee Ryan?
Yeah, I just remember Megan being here to ask for that. When I first joined the board, this was a committee that I served on as the board representative, but it was really a great resource for special education parents to get information, to share information, to get their specific questions about how things work in our district from our district staff. A friend of mine, I don't think it was the first year I was on the board, but one of those early years was the chair of the committee. They had a resource fair evening with information in the fall, I believe. And then I know I attended at least one kind of inclusive job fair that, again, that was that committee for our district put on. And it was a really helpful thing to have. So I was surprised that it had completely gone away, and I support bringing it back.
Trustee Fairchild?
I want to echo what they had said in this letter. I think the county's trying to do the best job they can, but they are coordinating with so many districts that their meetings are at noon, always at noon to 12:45. So we know that that can't service our parents. This is when their meetings are. Megan and I have been on, I've gone to these meetings, and I feel like they're doing a good job fulfilling and checking the box, but what this letter is requesting is exactly what is missing from that CAC, that county large CAC, and what our parents need. So anyway, when the parents brought this, completely support this request, so I'm glad to see there seems to be positive sentiment from this board.
Trustee Muirhead?
Thank you. I had attended some of these meetings, I guess before COVID. And they really did have a service to our parents function within our district. Of things that the county one, although well-intentioned and mandated, have that county one, and for us to participate in the county one, it just has not been able to fulfill the needs for our particular parents. So I think this is a great idea.
Trustee Watanabe?
Thank you, President Lieberman. Yes, no, thank you for bringing this forward, and I totally agree and support the motion because we have such a large special needs population in the district. It just only makes sense that we have a support group to support our families. So I totally support this. Thank you.
You're ready to vote? Okay, Jim's ready to vote. Okay, so if there's no other comment, we will vote. All of those in favor, please say aye. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. I got to get used to this new thing. Student trustee Suresh. Yes. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, that passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh also voting yes. Okay. Item N1, board member and district committee involvement. Okay. So I put this on the agenda partially because we needed to add trustee Fairchild's committee or the committee you brought forward for the parents.
Oh, wait, sorry. There was a public speak.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Angela Keyson and Maria Kinkin-Gio Brock.
This on the last item we just voted on?
Yes, yeah, but they are.
So we would maybe have to take a re-vote.
That's fine.
If they want us to, but if you're okay with where we're at, then we're fine.
Good morning. I'm not good morning. Good evening again. I am so excited and happy that all of you vote yes for this. As our very involved parent, Megan Fincher said that she did go to the large committee and she felt that, yes, overall they share resources, everything else in the big picture. But her number one thing was all the things that Santa Clara Unified needs that benefit our families, our children in SPED was swept through the rugs because so many other issues, right? And also every district have different needs. That's just the way it is. Our SPED program or needs from the parents and student is not the same as other districts. So I am so excited that the board have listened to the parents and the students, right? And to vote yes for this. So thank you so much.
I am so grateful. Each parent used to be able to attend the Community Advisory Committee meetings. I attended as a community member of the wider community, and I saw that they had solid bylaws. They met regularly each month. They were at the here at the district office. They could report to the board. I gave each of you this paper, although I know you had it already, so you could see how active they were in the course of 1 year. And they, what they did was provide community for parents who were desperate for help. And then those parents, as they learned, they became eager to start programs and events and help others. The circle of friends that was mentioned at McDonald's, that was talked about at a CAC meeting. The transition event, that's so that parents who have kids coming into the elementary school or going to the middle school or going into the graduating and going into the wide world know what lies ahead and have some strategies and some resources. The CAC, I'll hurry. So they had events for themselves and for schools. I know that, parents who are new to the IEP process and then have a child with an IEP, they need so much help. And so it's just wonderful that from the ashes of the old CAC, there'll be a new phoenix arising, the Special Education Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't think we need to revote. So thank you for your comments. And again, I apologize that I forgot you. I didn't do it on purpose. Okay. N1, the community involvement. Attached to this is the list of committees that we currently have board representation on. And I don't think we've looked through these committees in a while. So part of my reasoning for putting this on was since we were adding, potentially adding a committee, it would be useful to have a discussion about whether or not there are some committees that are currently have a board member in attendance, if perhaps they need to sunset and if they're a board committee, if we need committee representation, if there are things that are missing that don't have board representation, and then talking about kind of what the expectations of a board member on a committee is. I think there's been some confusion about an implied board approval if a board member is on a committee and there being some kind of tacit board blessing of what comes out of the committee, which we've seen in recent months. So it seemed like a time to talk about kind of what our role and responsibilities are on committees, perhaps kind of talking about ways to report out to other board members what happens on committees, if that should be part of our board reports at board meetings, to kind of give a report out of these are the committees we serve on, this is what happened at those committees. Anyway, this is an opportunity for us to kind of clarify board member membership and to kind of discuss whether or not there are some committees that don't need board representation anymore, or if anybody has any thoughts. So Trustee Fairchild.
I'm glad you brought this forward because I know when I was board president, I was asked to change a committee, add a committee member, and I said I couldn't do that without bringing it to the board. That these lists, this board committee list is approved well by the board, and it can't be changed without being brought back to the board. And the person actually didn't understand that even as board president, you can't just go fiddle with any of the assignments without getting permission from the board. So sometimes we assume people understand how it works, but even the board president has to follow the will of the board. So I think it's good to bring this forward. As far as I really don't have any strong opinions on the committees because I'm not on a lot of them. So I'm intrigued to see what those who are serving on some of those committees think about the appropriateness of the assignment. But I also wondered if it was time to do, or we have like representatives for Sunnyvale, or if we want to look at creating a Sunnyvale liaison committee like we have for Santa Clara.
Yeah, I've actually talked with Ms. Healy about that, and Mayor Klein and Council Member Chang, who represents Trustee Area 4 in Sunnyvale, and they all would love to get that started again. And I know that Ms. Healy has been in contact with the Sunnyvale City Manager, and so they are working on that. So yes. Yeah, me and Jody.
Just wanted to continue on that vein, just because when we look at where we're having growth, Sunnyvale, like we look at our Sunnyvale schools right now, they are like, they don't seem to be declining at the rate of some of our other areas. And just making sure that we are in good communication with the leaders from that community, because that's what's been surprising in looking at the enrollment is how those schools, like especially Brawley, we always think about Brawley being a small school, and it's not so small.
Okay, anyone else have, Trustee Ryan?
Yeah, I don't, as I look at the list, I don't see any off the top of my head that we need to drop or whatever. I do think this might be a great topic for our next governance retreat when we really want, like, because I think we can have a more informal but broader kind of discussion about what do we see as the roles and responsibilities of board members on committees, how we select them, all of that. It's obviously worth looking at if we're going to add. Should we be taking some away? As I quickly look through it, I don't know I would recommend any that we drop, but maybe others have different ideas. But I guess I would like to see this as part of like a governance retreat conversation. And maybe we want to put some of those things in our governance handbook if we come to some agreements about what the expectations are for reporting out, for participation in, all of that.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yeah, I also don't see any in particular that I would drop or change. But bringing it to a governance retreat is probably a good idea to talk a bit more about this, sort of what the role of the board member is. I think that there could be some rich discussion there, but that would be a more appropriate place. I do think the idea of reporting out during our board time at the end is really appropriate. I would love to hear about what's going on in some of these committees, and because I can't attend because I'm not assigned to it, I have no idea what's going on. And I would really like to hear from other board members about what's going on. And I'd like to share about some of the interesting things that I'm able to attend. So I do think that there's some a good reason for that.
Trustee Fairchild?
I agree, and it's something that I actually have thought about a lot is how do we report out and stay within the Brown Act, because it's not an agendized item, as far as if, what can we report out from the committee? And so I would really like to get some legal guidance, like, do we report out everything the committee is saying? Do we need to then agendize that if we're going to do a more detailed report to make sure that we're really transparent about talking about things? Because we have all these rules that are really hard because, you know, when an item comes up, we can only talk to 2 other people on this board. And so I think if we're going to add reports from committees to our oral reports, I want to make sure we're doing it in the way that complies with the Brown Act. However, one of the things that I know I talked about with Ms. Alpin when we met was there's nothing that prevents those who are leading the committees, which are staff, from sending a synopsis to board members so that we're aware of what is going on in the committees. That would be very helpful for us so that when a committee report comes to the board, it's not the first time we're hearing it. I think what's surprising to the public sometimes is that, you know, the board doesn't know what's happening in a lot of the committees unless it is being shared by either the unions or by staff until it lands on the agenda. And so a lot of times we're hearing it for the first time. And so it would be, I think, helpful if, as part of, you guys do such wonderful reports, if there is a significant committee meeting, that could be communicated to the board so that we're not hearing it the first time at a board meeting.
Okay, yeah, that sounds like we need to get some guidance from legal counsel. And then we'll have, did you want to talk, Andy? Trustee Rotterman?
Thank you. I was just going to say that I think Michelle's idea of taking this up at, you know, at a retreat or somewhere else is a good idea. So some alternatives, something I wanted to see us do is share more of our communication with the public in general. So if we're going to do a board report, why don't we just put the board report in the agenda, do the attachment to it, and then it wouldn't necessarily be something, it could be in a consent item, it could be somewhere like that. But we could work out those kind of details. Or if it's something that's going to be given orally at the full board meeting, there's no Brown Act issue. It's just if we try to communicate with the 7 of us outside of one of those 2 mechanisms, then we get in trouble. But I think we can figure out a way to do that. And certainly we can do it with staff too, but I think I would be cautious about putting too much additional burden on staff. Some of them that would be perfect. For some others, I think it would be better to have the board members draft it. Staff correct us. Thanks.
Okay, so what I'm hearing then is I will talk with Dr. Wright about looking into making, to adding an agenda item perhaps where we can report out on our committee work. We'll talk with legal counsel about how to best do that. And then we'll make sure that a more robust discussion about roles, responsibilities, and expectations is on a governance agenda. So I think we'll proceed with that, and then we'll see how far we can get with agendizing our reports out. Okay, awesome, thank you. Okay, so is there anyone else who would like to make unagendized comment? I don't see anyone in the room. Just want to make sure no one's had a, is there anyone in the Zoom, Mr. Rico? Okay, speaking of reports from the board, Trustee Rotterman.
Yeah, so just a couple of general things. This weekend, of course, is the Art and Wine Festival, and quite a few of our organizations, the PTAs and the Schools Foundation, et cetera, will be serving beverages at that event. And so I would encourage everybody to go and support them by whatever beverage you feel is appropriate. Trying to be good. Also, nothing to do with the schools, but it does have to do with our youth. I will be the cashier for both Saturday and Sunday at the Scout Pancake Breakfast. And so, you know, it's co-ed now, so it's a lot of fun to watch the scouts prepare the pancake breakfast, et cetera. And I'd love to see some of you there supporting the scouting efforts. It goes from 8 to 12. Sometimes as late as 1. If there's busy at 12, we'll keep running until we run out of pancake mix. And then, of course, the event itself, the art and wine, starts at around 11, I think. Then also, one of the things I wanted to bring up, the organization called ELC, which used to stand for Employer School Council, has changed their name. They changed it to Educational Scholarships Council. So they're able to keep the ESC. For those of you that have memorized that moniker, you can still use it. And I think there's a big event coming up, and I'm going to let Kathy, who's the rep for that, talk about it. I've been having the pleasure of working with a lot of Interact students, which is a Rotary high school program. And that has just been very uplifting to work with the students and different programs that they're putting together. And then lastly, I think it's already been talked about here. It was an unagendized item, so we can't get into too much detail. I really want to see us do something to immediately fix the problem the Robotics Club is having. It feels like deja vu to me with the woodworking. I'd hate to see it go down a similar path, so I'd like to see that that gets fixed as quickly as we can. It seems like something that should be easily resolvable. So that's it. Thanks.
Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you. I first off wanted to thank Dr. Wright for his very thoughtful message about 9/11, and for Ms. Wysocki for her words and her speech tonight. I think all of us, I can see where I was sitting in the apartment I was living in at the time, and I remember wondering if I should go to work and being paralyzed as to what to do. It's such a poignant memory, and I hope to one day be able to go to New York and see the monument. As for other events, I was able to go to the Alviso Car Show with Trustee Canova and Dr. Wright, and it was so fun. The lit meeting today was great. I was only able to attend the morning session because I had another commitment, but it's great to see the work progressing in that. I unfortunately, I worry about being able to attend too many things at night these days because it seems like my children both being in high school, I'm living at Wilcox. So if you look for me, I'm at Wilcox. Both of my daughters had things tonight that I miss, but I'll be there tomorrow and I'll be there Saturday and Monday and Tuesday. So it's a lot of fun, and it's the level of busyness for the high school teachers. I salute you, because if kids are there, you're there. And supervising them. So thank you for all that you do. It's a lot.
On Tuesday, I met with the student board reps and Dr. Wright to discuss plans for the student council meeting upcoming on October 3rd. And I also attended my very first training for the CSBA workshop and just began to learn about the overall role of student trustee and what that means. And also, I recently finalized that I will be attending the 2025 CSBA AEC conference in December.
Trustee Muirhead.
Oh, you have no mic? We're dropping like flies. Okay, I'll give you mine when I'm done. Thank you for the 9/11 messaging that went out today. It's amazing how so many years later we all know where we were that morning. And I was at home with my kids, and a neighbor who was a recent immigrant came over to my house when it was happening, wondering if we should send our kids to school. And I'm like, well, of course we send our kids to school. But I could see the fear in their face. It was quite a day. I wanted to mention that we had our Santa Clara City School Liaison meeting since the last board meeting. Always good to hear what's going on at the city. And I attended back to school nights at Santa Clara High and Cabrillo, both very good. And also at McDonald. I can't remember if that was before the last board meeting or not. And going back to a previous item, my reports from the board, for a period of time, I was writing them up, and the superintendent said, if you want to write them up, I'll attach them to the agenda in this item. And so for some time I did that and then just sort of gave some highlights at the meeting itself. That's one way that we could do that, is under the report from board, is to add people's reports.
Thank you. Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you, President Lieberman. Art and Wine Festival, several people have mentioned it. I will also be out there participating. If your beverage of choice is wine, I will be pouring wine for the Schools Foundation on Saturday afternoon, and then for the Police Activities League on Sunday, almost all day I'll be out there. So please stop by. I attended the Mission College 50th anniversary event, which Dr. Wright also attended. Unfortunately, we didn't see each other. We didn't know each other was there until after the fact. But it was a wonderful event, and just a great way to celebrate the success of Mission College and how it's continued to grow, but also the Mission Early College high school program. And then yesterday, I attended the ribbon cutting for the Mission Kitchen universal food plan that is available to all students at Mission College as well as Mission Early College High School. And they use their ID cards to get, they have a $30 credit, and they can use it for food all throughout the day, or okay, whatever works best for them. So it's very exciting to see how these are great programs that the school district has to be able to share with Mission College. And let me see. I've got I attended the board, the Santa Clara County Board Association monthly meeting today, and there was a long discussion by the county executive regarding Measure A and the impact of HR 1 on the school districts. And thank you. The one last thing, the ESC that Trustee Ratterman mentioned. They are having a Goodwill truck out at Wilson High School on September 20th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And so they would obviously appreciate everybody's support. And just one more thing, 9/11 is very personal for me as a native New Yorker. The first time I ever donated blood was in the Blue Cross Blue Shield donation center on the 5th floor in one of the two Twin Towers. And it was a hot summer day that I will never forget. And anyway, thank you very much to everybody for acknowledging 9/11 tonight. Thank you.
Trustee Canova.
I just wanted to point out that all the board members' microphones have been dying simultaneously, and I think the employee who engineered this is brilliant. And they deserve a $25 Amazon gift card. And the sentiments about 9/11, you might be planning on it, but maybe adjourn in memory of. And yes, the Alvisa car show was fantastic. Damon was there. It was a hot day. It was really hot. But we found a car that Damon absolutely fell in love with, an Oldsmobile Cutlass. Gorgeous car. But a fun program, and it's such a good cause. And thinking of, 9/11 and where we all were, and then thinking of today, what's going on today, we've gotten to such a place in our country, it's just so heart-wrenching. But when you see political rhetoric devolve into what we see, where you see murder, when people politically disagree with one another, they kill each other. We've really gotten to such a bad place as a country. And it's just heartbreaking. You think of what we went through in 9/11, and then you think about where we are now, you think we would be in a better place. But all we can do is just put one foot in front of the other and try to make it better.
Trustee Ryan?
Yeah. So since the last meeting, I was in Cambridge at the last meeting, Cambridge in the UK. A friend of mine started a nonprofit to celebrate the everyday extraordinary, and it was a really wonderful evening at King's College at the event, and I was happy to play a small part in helping her run the event. So that was really wonderful. Came back and immediately we had, I think there was maybe one day off, but the City Santa Clara School District Liaison Committee meeting, which was really great to get the updates. We can share our updates with them and hear from the city as well. That evening, went to the Santa Clara High School Back to School night as both a parent and a board member, and then rushed off right afterward to a race weekend at Disneyland. So 5K, 10K, half marathon over 3 days. That was great. And speaking of running races, if you see a unicorn at the Art and Wine Festival, an inflatable unicorn carrying a little sign with a QR code, that would be someone you might know raising money for the American Cancer Society. I'm going to be doing the Chicago Marathon in October in honor of my dear friend Kamola, who passed away from cancer last September, and her dream was to run another marathon. And so I've been raising funds for the American Cancer Society and running with a team of Run Disney Villains. And we are almost at 200,000. And if we get to 200,000, we will get to name a grant from the American Cancer Society. So doing everything I can to help us get to that 200,000 goal. And then also, we have had some board meetings on 9/11, and it does hit very personally to me. My sister-in-law is an artist and a painter. She, a couple of years before 9/11, was given some studio space from the Port Authority to painters in the World Trade Center. And so they took an unused floor and gave it to several painters. And we got to visit her, rollerblade around an unused floor in the World Trade Center, watch the fireworks from all different angles, visit Windows on the World. And you look at those paintings that she made now, and it's really heart-wrenching. And then I also think about both a sorority sister of mine and another college classmate who both perished at the World Trade Center site, and think about them both every 9/11. So thank you.
Hey, thank you all. So I went to the 2 listening sessions at Santa Clara High and Wilcox. Thank you to all of the families and caregivers and staff and everyone who came out and shared with Dr. Wright. Please come out to the next one on the 16th at McDonald. I attended the council PTA meeting on Monday night. And yesterday afternoon, the LGBTQ plus collaboration meeting with Dr. Carrillo. They're getting ready for a training on the 17th and 2 roundtables in the coming months. So they are active in supporting our students and families. And then today I attended the K-5 literacy work group with Dr. Knavel and Lori Musso and Trustee Fairchild, and they are tackling assessments right now. So still doing great work in that committee. Yes, it is 9/11. It's weird what you remember from events like that. I could tell you exactly what I was wearing that day. And I remember how quiet it was when I drove to work. And the freeway was empty. And the partner I worked for made me work a full day and into the night. And because we had a deal we had to close. So I'm still bitter about that. But money talks. But I do remember so much about that day and think about a lot of people who have for whom this is a much sadder day than it is. So as we adjourn, I just wanted to have us pause to remember the tragic events of September 11th and honor the memory of the lives lost, the courage of first responders, and the resilience of our nation. May their legacy remind us of the importance of unity, service, and compassion in all that we do. And with that, could I please get a
Motion to adjourn, Rotterman?
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Student trustee Suresh. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned at 9:44.